the music's super loud. That would probably be partly why. Reward jump is great. And this is the perfect stream for it, too. How are you? How's it going? Kind of surprised you're not live. Not complaining. I mean, kind of complaining. But only kind of. Oh, sure. That's good to do. That's actually great to do. I need to do that more often myself, probably. I've been putting it off. Like, I probably need to get out of Richmond at some point. Just doxing myself. I don't think it's good for my mental health to be here. And I don't have any real tether. Friend wants me to go with her to Japan in April, and I'm like, oof, I don't know. That's kind of soon. I'd love to, but that's kind of soon. I don't know. I think I could get the time off. I think. Well, we're both part of this amazing world called Nav. And I think she doesn't want, like, next year to go without, like, some kind of, like, group meetup, even if it's, like, 4 of us. Game jumper. Which I understand. I kind of don't want that either. So, I mean, we'll see. Howdy and welcome. I'm your game jumper, DiJaDi. Oh my gosh, the music's so loud. I'm so confused. It shouldn't be that loud. Actually, let's turn it to, let's do that, but then turn it down here. And then we can also, because we're smart, sometimes There we go. All right. Oh my goodness, that was crazy. Now, actually, since it's turned down there, we could actually probably turn it up here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. No. Why did that just happen? Oh, that was so weird. Okay, we're good. So, I've had a host of technical difficulties. That are fixed in like the stupidest ways. And I'm okay with that. It's just annoying. But we should be good to go now. Hopefully. Theoretically. Maybe. Possibly. I don't think, like, one of the reasons I never, ever, ever... yeah, DiJaDi stream true. I got a weird thing where my capture card just stopped working randomly. And this is the second time it's happened. Which is, like, weird, bizarre, annoying. I check all my cables are fine. Last time I thought that it was a power supply issue because when I fixed the power supply after the third restart, things seemed to kind of sort of be working. Then I didn't have any issue for like another month and a half, and then today, boom. Similar issue. And then because of the way that I'm using my so I have a stupid setup. But it's not as stupid as it used to be. So there's that. Let's see. Let's do this actually. Let's do this. Okay. We can do this. I don't like that it shows my search results there. Okay, it's fine. Right, gonna get rid of that white screen there. Ugh. Not a fan of that. Don't want a pencil. Do we have something other than a pencil? Oh, brush right there. Perfect. Okay. All right. Let's see. Why are we so limited on colors here too? It's fine. It's fine. We're not gonna mess too much around it. Okay. All right. Hey, I mean, like, I don't think any of these are crazy. Like, I double checked to see what oive meant because I was pretty sure that it meant like, you know, like, ouch, like. Discontent, you know, I mean, like, oh no, kind of, but I just double check. And then Monsters Inc. I'm watching you. I was looking up the oh, don't look up this, I would say. Do reindeer bucks lose horns during the winter? Yep, writing will do it a lot for sure. Yeah. Although usually I'm looking up like the source way too often. But this is not my phone search results, so it's fine. Okay. So we're gonna make this gold. Ooh, I kind of want to have that filled. Okay. So this is my PC. All right. Lovely. In most situations, you would have a PC, go. I don't know what we're doing here. Hang on. Okay, we're just gonna change this top color because I don't have enough time for this. Normally, what do I want to use for capture? Let's do triangle. I did not prepare for this. Why do we do that? Hang on, we don't need that. Okay, so normally you have your PC, which is this. I'm really good at messing up drawings. Sorry. Why? Why is this weird? I don't understand this. Okay, we're scrapping this. We're starting from scratch, okay? We're not doing shapes. I was gonna do shapes, it's too much. All right. You have your PC. You have... I don't love this color. Oh, it's white. It's blinding. We'll use green. Okay. You have your PC. You have your capture card, which we'll call CC. capture card goes into your PC, right? And then you have your console or whatever device, which we'll call DV, which goes into your capture card. That's normally how it works. Now, what I used to have, I might even still have the picture of it. We'll see. Oh, so many things. Organize this at some point. Yeah, I might not actually have it here. I wonder. Do this because I should have it. But it's probably not downloaded. This is integral to the story. Essentially, I had a very, very, very complicated setup. To an absurd degree. I don't know. Look, okay. I mean, was it dysfunctional? I don't. It works. Usually, kind of. The only issue was when something went wrong, it was difficult to isolate the problem. That was the primary issue with it. I also can't remember what on earth I called it. I had a name for it. Well, this is all political stuff, so I think this was prior to. Where that image would have been. some of these images are definitely from pre. Me trying to explain this as well. And that's from 3 years ago. I know exactly when that's from. Gosh, I almost wish that I enjoyed drama, because like the amount of drama that I could dish, oh my gosh. No, you are absolutely fine, Rick. Trust me. You can't get to me that way, okay, buddy? And if you did, I'd like to tell you. I would. But like when it comes down to like my boundaries are pretty far out there. If you approach them, you'll know. I don't find that much enjoyment in watching it because it's just so stupid so much of the time. And I think what's more frustrating for me in watching it is just how badly people like misinterpret or muddle it up or whatever. And it's like, what are we doing? Come on. I actually have a private Discord where I have a channel where I just upload various things. Because it's a little bit faster than OneDrive to be able to do so. Here we go. Awesome. This will work. All right. So, this is what I had before. The star right here was my capture card. Where was my computer? Up here in the corner? No. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is my PC. Okay, so. So the PC would hook up to the capture card. Or I guess the capture card would hook up to the PC, whatever you want to say. And then I would have a splitter here. And so the PC would go to my monitor 1, then down to my switcher. And so that would be device 1 on my switcher. And then my Xbox would be device 2. My PlayStation would usually be device 4, actually. And my Switch would be device 3. So I would have 4 devices plugged into my switcher. And then my switcher would then be plugged into another splitter which would then go to the capture card, which would go back to the PC, and that's how I would get the signals from the various devices onto my streaming software. And then it would also go to another switcher. It turns out I was under the impression, basically the idea behind this was that second switcher right here because anything going through my capture card would be limited to 1080p because of the capture card I was using at the time and everything. The pass-through was only 1080p even. And my TV, it turns out, was a limiting factor as well. And the switcher I was using, actually. And the splitter I was using. So, like, literally all my devices, except for this final switcher, kind of limited things to 1080. So, if I wanted to watch things in 4K and not put them through stream, I would change to, like, literally a different device on my switcher, which is basically like, at least that way it's in the same HDMI channel as opposed to like having to switch inputs on the TV. And then when I wanted to stream, I would switch to the capture channel on my switcher. So I'd have lesser quality in terms of, like, even for me, but I'd be able to stream it. Now, what I found out later was that I don't need to put anything from the capture card through to the TV. I can completely eliminate that entirely. As long as it's going into the capture card, I don't need pass-through. And then I can keep the superior signal. So then that also X's out this entire thing here. So then I have only one switcher, which goes straight to the TV. Only one splitter, I think. Yep. And I'm still getting 4K on my TV, even though I'm only streaming it in 1080. So, essentially, what it ends up looking like is, there's my PC there. That's my capture card. There's my splitter. Basically, yes. Now, the problem was that I was making it overly complicated because I was, like, under a wrong assumption that when I was streaming that I needed, like, these other two devices when I didn't. But essentially, now I have a way better setup, technically. Oh, this is still on the screen. Hang on, sorry. make that devices 2 through 4. So before, we have 2 splitters, 2 switchers, our monitor, our TV, our capture card, and our 4 devices. This one being the PC, these 3 being the consoles. Now, we have 1 switcher, 1 splitter, our capture card, our PC, our TV, and our consoles. And the devices, the consoles, and the PC all plug into the switcher, which go to the splitter. The splitter goes and pushes to the TV. So the only reason for that is so that I have the same input. So essentially, this way I don't have to capture like a window on my PC. I can push it through to my TV the same way that my consoles go, and then I can use my switcher to change between the different devices from the PC to the other consoles. So basically it's just that my PC is like one of 4 devices that I can switch between. As opposed to having to change the channel to another HDMI-like channel. Which honestly, it wouldn't be that hard to change to an HDMI channel, but then like I would have to have another input on XSplit. Little of inception here. Right here. I would need to add yet another source to capture. And then I would need to either turn that source off it kills your message. Oh, okay. What happened? But that way my PC operates the same as any of my consoles. Like, yes, I do, but I don't want it to be any different than my consoles in terms of the way that I capture it. Because that would be an entirely different workflow to add to that. Or I would always be capturing it and have it behind my console, and that would be an additional source running like and taking up additional like computing power. And because prior to this computer, oh no, hi, I'm big. Prior to this computer, I was very limited. In terms of how many programs I could have running at the same time and how much like processing power I could use while streaming. Like trying to simplify and reduce that. I could set up a different scene, but I mean, like, I don't know. I like this. I like this because it's easier to not. It's just easier to treat it the same way. And it doesn't, the only additional thing that it has, I already have the switcher, right, for the other things. The other consoles. So essentially, the only additional thing I have is an additional HDMI cable. That's it. So like, one additional HDMI cable and then my PC gets treated the exact same as like my consoles, I'm okay with that. That makes more sense in my head. I could set up different scenes, you're right, but I mean, then I would have to change scenes, and I don't want to sound lazy, but also. Right, exactly. Yeah, it's not nearly as bad as before. Like, I've basically taken out like 3 devices. The issue is that anytime that I have a problem, I have to check all the power cables and everything, all the connections, all the HDMI. Like, this makes a lot more sense than this, whatever this is. But also, part of the reason is because I'm dumb. Because it turns out that I didn't need this or this. I could have just run my devices straight to the TV and the capture card. Yeah, I don't like switching manually, especially with how much I game jump. That would mean like having to set up for every single stream. That just sounds like a pain. And then any time that I would want to change like from one console to the other, I would need to like actually manually like get under my desk and unplug things. Like, no thank you. Now, I don't have a built-in capture card, so I am kind of limited in that respect. I should. That'll probably be my next upgrade. But then, for whatever reason, like, every single time that I have a problem, it's almost never the connections. It's almost always like a weird, like, software thing. So, like, this last time, what it was that essentially I needed to run this and I needed to run XSplit at the same time for it to realize exactly, yes, yeah. Essentially, anything that I want to capture is like getting put into the switcher, which then goes to the capture device and the TV, yeah. And then anytime that I want to like use a second screen for my PC, I'm probably not going to be playing console anyway, so I can go ahead and change that. Because my TV is basically my second monitor now. And I used to have multiple monitors too, and I cut out most of that, not necessarily intentionally. I had my old TV die, which was sad. But then also I have my ROG Ally, and I have my old PC that I was using for streaming. Yeah, we have PC, we have capture card here. We have a splitter and a switcher. And then my consoles. We have the splitter so that we can send stuff to the capture card without having to worry about whether the capture card like does 4K pass through or not, because it's supposed to, but it seems wonky sometimes. And then we have the TV. So essentially, yeah, exactly, yes, yeah, we have a 4-way HDMI switcher here. And then we have that's 4 in, 1 out. And then we have a 1 in, 2 out splitter, which are both dedicated. Like, they're not like 2-way. But they also both support verified 4K pass-through. And then the other advantage of this particular setup is that if I accidentally activate HDCP, because HDCP is a pain, yeah, the splitter helps with that for sure. That's the other reason why I have HDCP, is because like that's the other reason why I have it, is to avoid HDCP like clogging things up. So like essentially, if HDCP becomes an issue here, it doesn't affect the output to the TV. So like, say I want to use my PS5 to like go ahead and watch a movie or something, I can do that, and I don't have to worry about like changing cables or whatever. Now, that doesn't even really matter. I could probably get rid of the splitter entirely, honestly, because I underestimated how good the like native apps on this TV were, where I almost always use those. But I was prepared. I was not. This was technically the setup that I had for my previous TV, which was not a smart TV. So I wanted to like avoid all the HDCP issues with the splitter. And yeah, like there's a lot of painful like capturing technicalities that like get really annoying sometimes with older tech. Or like the Xbox is really annoying actually, because it has HDCP that isn't toggled. It's just automatic. So the PS5, you can turn HDCP on or off. And if you have it on, then you can watch stuff on it, but you can't capture. And if you have it off, then you can capture, but you can't watch. On the Xbox, if you accidentally launch Netflix or something, you have to do a hard reset on the Xbox. Or a hard restart, I should say, not a reset. You don't need to reset it from scratch. But still, like, you have to do a hard restart to, like, essentially close out the program so that it stops detecting the fact that you're, like, trying to play something that's HDCP protected. Yep, Xbox just turns it on automatically. Now, in some ways, that's kind of cool, I guess, whatever. But, like, it's really annoying when, like, you're trying to capture stuff and, like, say you accidentally launch Netflix or whatever. like you hit the wrong app. They could, and it's supposed to, but it doesn't always work. It's supposed to, but like when it detects a capture card hooked up, like the capture card just won't let anything through, which is really annoying. Now, maybe there's been an update that's fixed that, but like I stopped using my Xbox to watch stuff almost entirely just because of that. Okay. But the point of it is, like, every time that I have a problem, it's a little bit of a hassle to figure out why, but it's not as big a problem as it used to be. Which I guess I could have just said that. But we did have a rewards redemption, a reward jump. So we're going to go ahead and do that real quick. And then we'll actually try to be somewhat productive. 50 minutes, you know, at all procrastinating. That doesn't sound like something I would do. Okay, we can learn how to compost at home. This sounds like a really long article. Simple compost is called black gold. Interesting. Some water, sure. I have. I actually need to buy some more. This is my last bottle. Okay. Well, that was super interesting. We learned to not use meat and bones for compost. Let's see our daily poll here. If we could choose a tropical escape, where to go? Tahiti or Maui? I would say Maui. What can I say except you're welcome? Oh no. Man, I have not paid attention to baseball in like decades. Crypto.com arena sounds pretty. Nope, it was not. It was at the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas. Interesting. I have no idea. Was it Stephen A. Smith? Nope, it was Mookie. I don't even know who these people are. Roy Wood Jr.? Won CMA Entertainer of the Year. That's the Country Music Awards, right? Lainey Wilson. Woof. That's a weird question to have in the middle of this, like, baseball. We got 0 out of 3. Oof. Heartbreak. The origin of the sports ball names are? I mean, we could look it up, I guess. Origin of football American. Why is it called American football? The part of your body that isn't allowed to touch it. Yeah. Except you do kick it sometimes. Oh, so it just came from like soccer, essentially. Football had a variant that kind of retained the same name, sort of. That being rugby. Why is it called soccer? Got a Time article. Let's go. I like Time usually. The word soccer is not, in fact, an American invention. It was an import from England, allegedly. 19th century England. To differentiate between variants of the game which did not have commonly agreed upon sets of rules. Oh, so because rugby was like rugby or rugger here, but rugby and soccer were both football. Interesting. I did not expect that. Okay. Hope that you're well, Vel. Interesting. Okay. Man, where's the gaming like thing here? Nope, that's not what I want. Let's personalize this a bit. Let's add gaming onto here. Does that not actually add a... Does that not add a different heading? It doesn't matter. It's fine. We'll just chill here. Okay. Now to actually do what we came here for. To create our December schedule. Now, first off, hi. How you doing? Crazily enough, for some reason, I don't really know why, I've been nominated as an entrant to the Friendo Year Endo Awards as one of the nominees for Comfort Streamer, which is very kind of them. And go vote for me, if you would. And Bean, who, if you don't know her, I highly recommend her. Or anyone, really. I mean, Alina's really cool too. Alina's way more of a comfort streamer than I am. I don't know. Honestly, I don't necessarily know that I deserve the nomination even, but I appreciate it. And I have at least like a... Why is that still not working? That's so weird. I don't know what's going on with that. It's working on YouTube, but not on Twitch. That's super weird. But when I toggle it here, it works on Twitch. Why? Why? I'm so confused. Now, I will warn you, like, voting on mobile is a pain. I don't necessarily love, like, how big the banner is on that link. But when you click on a category, that banner goes away. So it's a lot easier once you do that. We're gonna delete this, okay? And we're gonna create a new chat message. Oh, comfort streamer. Hang on. I have the category wrong. Maybe that's why it didn't work. It knew. Oh, I have a command to ban Aber Ash. What? I was unaware of that. That's a silly command. I don't think I even made that. Okay. Let's see if that changed anything. It might not have. No, it did not. Why? I don't understand. I just don't. I feel like I'm going insane. Like, it's really weird when I can't figure out why things don't work. Let's delete this command. Okay. Let's make a new command. FY, let's do friendo. That's a better name anyway. Let's do chat message. Okay. Let's do this now. Why is he not working on? What if I set it so that I say it as opposed to Jaded Scepter? There, that fixed it. Okay. I don't know why. I don't know why that fixed it. Jaded Scepter should be allowed to say anything that I can say. It's fine. We're not procrastinating at all. You got like 5 hours before I have to work, so we're fine. We have plenty of time. Oh, wait, no, actually, we have like 6 hours. 6.5. 6 3/4. Before I really have to leave. We're definitely good. Man, I'm gonna... This is gonna drive me insane, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Ooh, I wonder if... No, because I deleted it. Doc on it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's chill. Oh, I kind of like that, but no, we won't do that, I don't think. And I kind of want to put this in a different thing, but it's fine. It's fine where it is. I feel like we already did this, but it's fine. Probably. No, we definitely already did this. Hang on. I'm not gonna be like... I'm too young to install the same program 15 times over because I'm too lazy to check and see if it installed the first time. I'm not there yet, okay? I will get there. I will get to that level of not caring. at some point. But I'm not there yet. Oh, it did not install though. Interesting. Why did it not install? It doesn't matter. We're gonna put this in portfolio where we put all our good stuff. But I also want to make a different folder for it. You know what? No, we will keep it in gaming. We will. Because that just makes sense. So essentially, Play Night is an open source video game library manager. That I discovered specifically with my ROG Ally. But the thing I like most about it is that it allows you to connect your consoles to it as well. Let's go ahead and we'll authenticate this stuff later. We don't need to do EA app or Ubisoft here because we'll be connecting those on their own. I think we want that. World of Warcraft is our only game. Now the problem is that because of the way that we do this, a lot of games don't necessarily have art for them, and so it looks not great. Oh, cool. I feel like we just authenticated. What on earth is going on? We're just over here typing over password after password after password. Because that's what we do. Hey, wait a second. Is there another way to log in? Yes, there is. Hello. Yes, skip having to sign in every time, please. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Once they, its own thing. Really confused about how that worked, but it's fine. Oh my gosh. Nope. Should not need that. Yes, that's the right account. Perfect. Okay. And confirm. That's correct. Sure. If you are a young player, no. I wish I was younger. I feel like this isn't responding well to me. There we go. Amazon Games still hasn't authenticated me, and I don't know why. Oh, I wonder if maybe I wasn't actually linked. Doggone it, I swear. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Let's authenticate Steam, and then we'll pull this back on to... screen. Steam, mobile, app. Authenticator, perfect. There we go. Yes. There's something that I wanted to see. I could have sworn. Don't swear, it's bad. I'm talking to myself, not to you. You guys can do whatever you want. I don't own you. Here we go. Okay, cool. Beautiful. I like that. I like that a lot. Might have to update this so. Actually don't know what my Amazon password is. One of the things I don't like that recently changed is that Microsoft Authenticator no longer has passwords in it. Makes me sad. No, I might have to. Oh, that I might have to restart. Okay. Gotcha. That's fine. Humble. Let's go ahead and figure if we can authenticate that. I feel like all these passwords should actually be updated in Edge as well, because the last time I did this, pretty sure I needed to use that. Why would I do this? Hang on. I have like another computer here. Right beside me. That's not connected to anything. That I don't have to worry about like doxing my passwords on. What I'm trying to do is get a full counting of all the games that I have that start with D, so that I have a full list of those. Because even though I have a rough draft of the games that I want to play this upcoming month, that could be subject to change depending on what if there are games that I forgot about. Ew, that's a terrible password. That is Also, apparently the wrong password. Let's open up Outlook here. Gosh, I do like having multiple computers. I really do. I don't know how I would do this otherwise. Beautiful. Let's go. Yes. All right. Authenticated there. Authenticated there. We need to make sure that our Ubisoft thing is installed, which definitely is not. Making this way more complicated than it needs to be, but that also sounds like me. The Ubisoft and EA apps are both the apps that we have not downloaded yet. Oh, hang on. We're almost there. Okay, there we go. I don't care about this. I just want to download it. Oh my gosh, you don't have to sell me. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. What we might do at some point here. Man, I don't even know where I installed the rest of the things. Did I install them here? I feel like maybe I did. I probably did. I have 2 terabytes on the main drive, so probably. Okay, and then we need the EA one too. Yeah. feel like their app is called the same thing as their thing. Am I wrong? Oh my gosh, okay. Have we? When did we install the EA app here? Oh, because we needed to test out Split Fiction. Gotcha. While we're at it, we can actually go ahead and look at something real quick. I love that. That's so good. Okay. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Okay, we might actually go through that real quick. Let's do it. We'll go through. I forgot that it came out. Let's go ahead and go through our Twitch recap real quick. Why not? We were pretty actually evenly spread here between Pika Chica, Space Buns, Tuna, Cosmic, and Johnny, who's mostly been a radio channel this year. We moderated one channel this year, but this is pretty great. What a great game. So much excellent jank in it. I can't believe I beat this game in a single sitting, whatever, setting. Same thing. I mean, kind of. It's fine. Jeez. It's great. Let's see. We did here 490 hours. That is not a lot. I mean, we streamed 174. That's more days than I thought we did. Not as many as I wanted to, though. %10 of Diablo? Really? Let's go. I need to stream more top 10. I need to stream more Diablo, apparently. And Immortals. We were in the top 10% there. That was a really enjoyable game, actually. Oh, look, it's you guys. Rift, Vel, Sierra, Tiff, Bean, Farmer, Johnny, Plenty, K-Dog. I'm sure by now Z's getting up there too. I want to do more collabs. I really do, actually. I've really enjoyed my collabs with Plenty, and now that I know how they go, I want to do more collabs. Oh, there's ZLG right there. 6 raids. Let's go. Oh, that's the clip of, like, the clip that Johnny's where he calls out people. That's great. Got 88 followers this year. That's insane. I don't know why. 27 subs? I definitely did not deserve that. Man, we had a fun time with a lot of these games. Elite with our handy dandy HOTAS setup. Avowed was a lot of fun. Diablo was really cool. We'll return to Diablo at some point. We will. I kind of wanted to fit it into this month, but we'll see. Probably not, though. Expedition 33, probably my game of the year. Probably a lot of people's game of the year. Immortals of Avium was actually really good. Like, I mean, jeez. And y'all were here for all of it. Together for whatever. I appreciate y'all. I really, really do. Y'all make me cry. I'm very, very grateful. I feel like we're still missing like 4 authenticators. Like 4 different like apps that we should be able to add, different libraries that we can add. Maybe I'm wrong, but like I'm pretty sure that we had more. And I don't know actually where I would even find it. Settings, maybe? There was a way to add additional libraries at one point. It just feels weird that this is it. Oh, add-ons from main menu. Okay, hang on a sec. Cool. All right. Add-ons. There we go. Boom, let's go. Awesome. We need this one. We have a lot of these other ones, so we're good there. I want Nintendo specifically. And I want PlayStation specifically. And Riot, I guess. I don't play Riot games, but... And we should have that. I don't think we need that. Is there a MetaQuest one, though? I feel like there is. Yes. Hello. Oculus Rift, oh my gosh. All right, let's go ahead and look at our various other configurations real quick. Oh man. All right. I don't even know. Okay, it'll be fine. It'll all be fine. I don't know any of my passwords for these stuff. Which seems like that might be a problem, but... we will persevere. Because that is what we do. It has to be this one. I don't think we have an authenticator app on there. What? thing I hate about signing into stuff like that I haven't signed into it for a while is like all the ridiculous. Oh, this isn't okay. Never mind. We're good. We're good. But like 15 emails, they go like, "Hey, is this you?" Like, yes, it is me. Thank you for asking. I do appreciate like that. You're not like. Just letting anyone sign into my stuff, I guess. But man, we got so close to using like one ID for everything, and then that just all went away. So now we're back to like having 15. Thank goodness for two-factor authentication now, I will say. It has saved my life so many times. I don't even have an NVIDIA GeForce now, so I don't even need that right now. Oh my gosh, this is the headache, right? I forgot about this. You're not going to remember me, are you? Oh yeah, you did. Cool. That's fine. It's fine. We don't need that right now. Beautiful. I love it when things work. Oh my gosh. We have to install Riot? Okay. I mean, have to is a big word, right? I mean, like, technically, I mean, I guess we don't have to. You know what? I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, but I do want it in my list. I feel like this shouldn't. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's exit that again and then bring it back up. Why? Let's pin this to. It's already pinned because we're awesome. Oh my gosh, this was so much work for like so little effort. It's fine. We're authenticated for most of this. What's something just said I wasn't though? GOG, we're not. Wait, we know we should be. Let's find out what's wrong here. That is definitely not the password. There's no way that's the password. We'll see, but I doubt it. Yes, it is. Oh my gosh, that's a shock. Oh, it's gonna be to my email though. Doggone it. I swear, I hate that. By 3 cents. Okay, now we're authenticated there. We're authenticated there. We should be authenticated here, maybe. We are not. Okay. We are not here as well. Man. I don't even know what it is. Okay. Hang on a sec. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're authenticated there. Awesome. We can probably authenticate here pretty quick, theoretically. Authenticated here, 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 here. We don't have a thing there, but we are authenticated there. 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 And there. Let's update. All. Can we not right now? No. Oh, we're still downloading metadata. Oof. That's a long time. Let's cancel that real quick. Let's import all our games, and then we'll be good. This is the problem with putting off things, is that it does come back to bite you. This is something that it probably would have benefited me greatly to do when I first got this computer. And now we're down to 95 metadata, which is not a lot, which means that we're going to have to add a lot, but we're not really concerned with that right now. So there's that. And we can actually get to what we were planning on doing tonight, theoretically. We're going to need to remove so many things too. It's fine. Everything will be fine. I already edited this week's podcast, so we're good there. So that's one less thing to worry about. Get off work a little bit early today so I can get sleep after work, if nothing else. So that's good. Let's restart this, I think. One last time. Let's see. All right. This might be a thing where, like, every day we just do a little bit of updating the images and stuff. Oh gosh, should we do that? I don't know that I want to. So my horror game right now. My horror game right now is Dead Space, the remake. But I hear things about this. The Doki Doki game? Oh gosh. That's Dark Dreams Don't Die. Time-traveling detective has to solve his wife's murder before he can prevent it. Did we add Game Pass to here too as a separate source? I don't think we did. That's fine. I'm not worried about it right now. It's fine. Three, I think, is our edit button. Yep. Damaged core. Let's see if we can get some. Imagery for that. That's a VR shooter, right? For Oculus Rift. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that being a thing. Let's actually add some extensions real quick. Hang on. Pretty sure we already have this, but we're gonna make sure. We might not, actually. Basically just making sure that we have all the good metadata stuff. So we can find stuff more easily, like this. Yeah, I like 7, but can we? Man, are we really gonna go ahead and like install something that we don't need right now? Is that really what we're gonna do? We might. There's some add-ons that I really, really like, and part of that is themes. The fact that there's actual themes here. I think that e-mixed one is actually one that I like. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Now we're cooking. I just needed a little bit of aesthetic candy to just make this a little bit more bearable. We've never played this allegedly. Although not all of that is going to be true either. So, I mean, like, that's fair. This is a demo, so we don't need that. I'm kind of surprised that we don't have a Dance Central game though, like as a owned thing. We've never bought Dance Central ever, really? I mean, it's possible. This is Xbox, so let's go ahead and see if we can get it from there. This is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, I think. So this would not count as a no, though. This isn't. Hang on. We can verify this real quick. I just made this project from like a 2-hour project into like a 7-hour project. So we might not actually even finish what we're trying to do here. Yeah, it had to have been pulling from Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna trust that information, I think. Yeah, we're good there. We have everything we need there. What about here? Yeah, we have everything we need there. Darkest Dungeon. It's from Xbox One as well. So let's go ahead and download the metadata from the Xbox Store. Cool. Darksiders. Ooh, that's a game. That is a game. Genesis, I feel like a lot of people didn't necessarily care for. I might be wrong. Darksiders 3, I actually did play a little bit of. 5 minutes? I played longer than 5 minutes. Whatever. Lies, okay? It's lying. And a lot of these are going to be like the Xbox versions just because that's what I have. Darwin Project had such promise. I feel like if Darwin Project came out now, if it had waited 2 years or even like a year and a half, I feel like it would have killed. Because it had like Twitch integration and everything too. And it was right before Fortnite got like super, super, super huge. And for what it's worth, I enjoyed it. I thought there was a lot of cool things that it was doing. Man, do we include VR demos? I don't think so. I think we get rid of them. Cancel. All right. Dauntless is definitely a game. Oh, did Epic publish it on Xbox? I was unaware of that. This is not a game I enjoyed. It was fine. It was like Monster Hunter Lite, I believe. Love that I put this off for so long. Jeez. Oh my goodness. Alright, it's fine. Dave the Diver. We're going to use the Xbox metadata. Even though it launched on PlayStation and PC, I believe. Oh, hang on, no. Let's use IGDB. Let's use the earliest version of it. Dave, that is not the name. What are we doing? Come on. This is like a popular game. I don't understand how that's... Whatever. I like that icon. We're going to keep that icon. I don't like this, though. Hang on. I don't like that this is a squirrel. Let's cancel this then. Or let's hide it at least. That's fine. have everything we need for that. Day of the Tentacle Remastered. Geez, that's a lot of names. I didn't... Is this a... Yeah, this is a Double Fine Productions remaster. Interesting, I did not know that. Days Gone. That might be in our list of things that we play today. We'll see. Or not today, this month. I want to. We'll see, but I want to. I miss this game. I should play it more often. DC Universe Online? I should. I have 55 hours in it. We're actually gonna hide this one. What has Daybreak been up to lately? Have they done anything recently? I feel like I haven't heard of anything about them in a little bit. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. That's clean. Oof. I wonder... Let's maybe go with this. It's definitely on Windows, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be. Yeah, I like that. All right. Man, are we gonna do some DC Universe Online this month? Probably not. I don't even know what this is. I'm assuming that this is like a digital battlefield game, a military aircraft. Oh, it's like all of the above. Okay. Digital combat simulator world. Jeez. That's a mouthful. Dead and Buried is a virtual reality game. That does not have all its stuff. Hang on. Love that. It's wild that I'm doing this again. Why am I doing this again? Okay, Dead by Daylight, we're going to go ahead and hide this one. Edit this one. And we'll get this stuff from IGDB, I think. I don't like that. Hang on. I do like that you can download multiple metadata and choose which one to keep. Like, this program is pretty cool overall. I just wish that it would import all the art so I wouldn't have to. RIP, Stadia. May you be remembered forever as the failure you were. That sounds really harsh. I feel like IGN's actually going to be my go-to source for a lot of this. Like, in terms of like the most accurate information in terms of platforms. Like, Island 2 I have not played, but I think it's on PS Plus right now. That first trailer for was it for this? Yeah, it was for this. Man, chills. Let's watch that real quick. I gotta switch my accounts real quick so I don't get all that political nonsense. Alright. Nope, not that one. Or am I thinking of the original Dead Island trailer? I'm thinking of the original Dead Island trailer. Never mind. My goodness. Okay. Well, we can still watch that. Let's see. How do I want to do this?
Peggy 18.
This reminds me of like Westworld. They all turned into zombies. Sad. But I do not need like 5 different copies of this. What on earth? Better to shoot for 6. Yeah, maybe. And like, I'm so glad that IGN exists, I guess, sometimes. Because they do help sometimes. Oh, it was Deep Silver, I believe. That, or at least, and was it? I don't know, actually. Alexa game control, what? Okay, that's better. All right, now we just have one. We can hide this. I don't want to delete things, so I'm just hiding them instead. Because also, anytime that I like reconnect, I would have to deal with it all over again. And I kind of wish that there was not a definitive version here, but it's fine. Dead Island was relatively fun. It was like a play with friends kind of game. Gosh, did I really put 22 hours into Dead Rising 4? I had to have, like, accidentally let that run at some point or something. There's no way. Although I did play it a decent amount, so maybe. I don't know. Dead Space, I think this is the new one. Yeah. I almost wonder if maybe I shouldn't hide the games that are on multiple different platforms, but it's too late now. I mean, I've only edited like 7 games, so I guess it's not the end of the world, but... Headlock. I guess I could see what... I could see what games are from what source, I guess, when it comes down to it. But I don't necessarily know if that helps me at the time. But I also want this to be accurate in terms of what platform things are on. So, I don't know. Could finish that game at some point. Probably not on stream though. The weird thing for some of this is just how difficult it is to find. Information on certain things. Like, especially VR games. Like, oof. Like, VR games are really hard to find sometimes. And I think this was more of a film, but still. Rip Oculus Studios. What is this from? PlayStation? Oh, PlayStation Plus. Okay. Wait, did I just edit this one? No, I edited this one. I hate square images. I think I do want to know. Look, Jaded Scepter cannot be perfect, okay? And true. Why is this not? Hang on. Why does this not actually include Xbox? Hang on. Here we go. An iPad and iPhone? Really? There's no way. I'm gonna look this up right now. Oh my gosh, it is. That's wild. That's insane. What I'd like to have, I don't necessarily know. Like, maybe I'd do this, like, separately. I'd like to know exactly where I have things. So platform, I feel like, should be the platform that I own it on, and not necessarily every platform that it exists on. Or I could do that with... I could add a field. Maybe that's what I'll do. Yeah, that might be what I do. I don't know. We're probably going to stop there in terms of, like, categorizing everything, because we still got a lot to do, and I'd rather not do all this. I'd rather get actually to what I'm supposed to be doing. And do we do Donkey Kong Bonanza on Tuesdays, maybe? Because I was going to do Dreamlight Valley there, but... yeah, I think we do. I think we switched to Bonanza. Okay. Okay, I've only hidden 12 games. That's fine. I'll have to go back through, though, and fix what I have done so far. Because I do want this library to represent what I own. Or at least what I have, like, playable. Alright, let's bring back up this note here. Let's change this to Donkey Kong Bonanza. Which I'm excited about. Is it actually called that? Or is it called Country Bonanza? Donkey Kong Bonanza. Interesting. So do we then get rid of one of these? Put Dreamlight Valley back in. I suppose, yeah, but like, yeah, you're right. I can't really argue with you there. You're right. I don't necessarily know that we switched anything. I'm thinking about it. That's true. Yeah, that's what I was gonna go to as a thought, but like you're correct. Yeah, that's not a country game. But I feel like if it's not a country game, then you should be essentially like a villain. I mean, I don't know. It feels like, you know, you should be the bad guy maybe, and like kidnapping princesses or whatever. Let's do, man, I don't necessarily know if I want 2 cozy days in a row. Oof. On one hand, I want to play Dragon Age Veilguard. I haven't started it yet. It would be cool to start. I feel like it'd be fun. On the other, I would like Dreamlight Valley to be on here. But the only other place I could put it is Thursday. And I already had a game for Thursday. Yeah, Deus Ex is on my list of potential games, but I don't think I'm going to do it for this. I definitely want to play... both of them now. I mean, we try to be like a little bit like family friendly here, but then also like or at least brand safe or whatever. But like also I need a day for, like, Thursday was always my Game Pass day. I like having the 3 days for like different consoles because it forces me to like play all 3 consoles. Yeah, that's true. Oh no, that's true. Oh man. If I do play Bonanza, I probably have to wear the monkey suit. Shoot. That onesie gets warm. Oof. Maybe I'll rethink this. And Do I do Doki Doki on freaking Scary Sundays? Because, like, Dead Space, like, I know what I'm getting into, right? Like, I mean, like... Well, I always have 18 plus tags, even though we're, like, relatively tame here. Just because a lot of the games that I play are, you know, mature. Yeah, like, I know it starts off cute, but, like, literally that's... And I know that it gets dark. Like, I know that there's, like, that it's essentially a horror game. That's literally all I know about it, though. And the fact that it's, like, visual novel-y, you know? I mean, like, kind of. Like, that's literally all that I know. Despite, like, it being around, despite a lot of people talking about it, that's literally all I've heard. Like, somehow I've avoided all spoilers for that beyond that it's a horror game. The thing is, so here's the thing. Man, I really want Dreamlight Valley on here. I just don't see a way to work it in. But, because I want Days Gone too. I would love Divine Knockout too, but we'll probably just do that as like a throwaway, kind of like we'll play a few matches of it or whatever on whichever day. Man, I don't want to add an 8th day to the week. True. Like, the thing is, with Thursday, is that I've played Draw a Stickman before, but it's been so long. This is what I looked like. This was 10 years ago. Oh my gosh. But the cool thing about it is that with Connect, yeah. You have to, like, use your hand
a little bit of fire there
to draw the thing, which is really cool.
All right, let's wait for the fire to stop burning. Sorry, trees. Very yeah. That's okay.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Same. Like, come on, that's really neat. So Dreamlight Valley might be my backup for Thursdays, but, like, I would really like to play this game again.
There we go.
Or if the second game supports Connect, we could do that. Jank? Yes, jank too. But I mean, like, hey, Connect overall was jank, you know? I just want an excuse to, like, I want to test out Connect to see if it still works and everything. Because I still want to do my VR community challenge from like 2 years ago. Okay. But then also, like, this is a different experience than most of the games that I play. And it would be cool to revisit this and see if, hey, if I can draw better, which I can't. But I think it'd be, hey, it was the future, okay? I wish I still had my 360. Because the Kinect there was a whole nother thing. Yeah, like, I mean, the concept of it is neat and different, and I appreciate that about it. Like, hang on a sec. When I like the accessibility of it, right, is really neat. Man, I don't even know where to go to find these anymore. Yeah, I don't even know where to find these. Back in the day, you used to be able to find things. On Facebook, but I have no idea where you would now. Maybe I posted them. Hang on. I'm speed running through my life right now. It's very exciting. Lots of things happened. have no idea when. When did the original Connect come out? I have videos from the original Connect, like thing. This is Play Night, which I like because it can consolidate your console libraries with your PC ones. And then there's a ton of like integrations with like, you know, like UGC stuff from GitHub and various other like community added features. So right now we have like our Xbox, Ubisoft, Steam, Riot, PlayStation, Nintendo, Meta, Hummel, GOG, Epic, EA, Battle.net, and Amazon libraries, theoretically. I like that it keeps track of everything. I think that's really cool. But the problem is that like when you're importing from other libraries, like then you have to like manually add the details. And by manually, I mean you just download it from whichever place. So it's not the end of the world. You have to do that. But it is a little bit time consuming. And the problem is that I did this once before and had this all set up. And then I encountered an error on my ROG, which had me have to do a fresh install of Windows. And that was sad. So I've been putting off redoing this for like months now. And then anything installed on PC, you can set it up to launch the games directly from here. It'll either do it automatically or you can tell it where to look. It'd be cool to play Detroit Become Human again, but I don't think so. I don't think so for this. Maybe next year. Gosh, I'm gonna need more caffeine here. Oof, I'm feeling it. Hmm. So that's probably the list that we're going to go with right there. I almost want to test this first to see if it works before I make this. Maybe I should do that. There's no reason why it shouldn't work, but I feel like I say that pretty occasionally. And I almost want to switch Dragon Age for Dreamlight Valley, but I just don't know if I want the two like cozy games right next to each other. I feel like Dreamlight Valley would add more variety, which I would appreciate. But as it is, like we've got a really good set of variety. As it stands. But after a horror game on Sunday, I probably would be looking to unwind on Monday. Yeah, let's do it. Let's switch this to Disney Dreamlight. I really miss it. And that between that and Donkey Kong being mostly a platformer, a 3D platformer, I feel like that's enough distinction between the two. And then Days Gone is kind of an RPG as far as I'm aware. I don't know for sure, but I would guess that there's skill trees and stuff. Divinity is an RPG. Destiny 2 is RPG-ish. And Disney Dreamlight is not really. So, I mean, like, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Man, there's so many good games that start with D, though. Oof. Tough call. Probably didn't necessarily need to download this again, but oh, nice. Okay. So I already did have it installed. Very cool. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can get this Connect working real quick. And also probably grab some more coffee. Okay, I see my connect. That's good. And I see my Xbox connected to the wrong monitor. Unfortunately, this particular switcher only has 4 inputs. My other one had 5. But that should be enough. It just means on Thursdays we'll need to switch it out. but that's not a big deal. And actually, I could have them both connected now that I think about it. Probably. Ooh, 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 I like that idea. Hang on. Okay, cool. Next seems to be starting. That's good. It's so cool that wireless updates are a thing. That's actually really neat. And I can make this really convoluted all over again, but no, I don't think I will do that. I think what I can do, though, is what I think I'm gonna do. Just make it a button push, essentially, to switch between my Switch and my 360. Oh, but I want my... maybe not, though. Maybe not. Oh, there's DLC for this? I didn't realize? What? Connect is not working, so hang on a sec. We figure that out. Let's try restarting this and see if that helps at all. Because if this doesn't work out, I have that backup. I can switch Dreamlight Valley to this. I can put Dragon Age back on Monday. I wouldn't be too disappointed with that. But it would be cool to get this to work. And I feel like it was completely off, but okay. we might have to pivot, but if that's the case, it's fine. It's just weird because it was working for a while with my old TV. The red sensors are definitely not turning on. I almost wonder if maybe the port got like dusty or something, which is also possible. And that would be kind of a pain, but yeah, let's unplug everything and like dust it out real quick. I have a duster, so. Actually, I might not. There's not much air in this air can, but we'll see what we can do. We'll be right back. Okay, we'll see if this helps. It might not. If it doesn't, and we'll call it a loss and move on. Yeah, it's still blinking. I don't like the look of that. Weird, because it was working. That's the weird part. So maybe I damaged it or something. Maybe I dropped it on its head. Definitely possible. Yeah, I think that might have been what I did. Let's try one more thing. And then we'll chalk it up as a loss and we'll move on. We're going to try unplugging it and see if that helps. Not the Kinect, but like the Xbox itself. Plus that, I'm totally prepared for this to not work. So, that's fine. Pretty sure. No, we're testing something out right now. We're trying to get my Xbox One Connect working, but I might have dropped it too hard. So it might be broken, which is fine, but like, I mean, like, yeah, it's just one more thing, right? The good thing is that, like, I already have, like, the backup game, essentially. So it would be super easy to switch my schedule. We would still have a pretty killer schedule for December, which would be cool. And we can always acquire a Connect. I'm pretty sure actually that I have one at my parents' house, and then, but like we just wouldn't do it as part of December stream, which is like, I mean, to know what we have and don't have is good. It would have sucked to get all excited about our VR stream and then realize that our Connect didn't work. It looks like the Connect is like what, anywhere between 50 and $100, which isn't terrible. But yeah, I think we dropped it too hard, which is crazy because I've dropped this thing a lot. Okay, like from pretty crazy heights, but like apparently that last drop did it. Also, I miss One Guide. I do. One Guide is a cool thing. Like, the pass-through only being 1080p on Xbox One sucks, but I mean, all it could do was 1080p, so I understand it at least. But the idea of having an HDMI in is really cool. Like, you have a mini switcher there, essentially. It was a cool idea. It's broke. Alright, that's fine. Now we know. The Xbox One itself it works, so that's good. Let's go back to this screen then. Maybe? There we go. Okay, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I'm good with it. So, let's put then Dreamlight Valley on Thursday. And let's go ahead and put Dragon Age, which I do want to play. Belgard on Monday. Oh. Man, that's a lot of Ds. All right. So first things first. We need to grab some images. For all 7 games. Oof. Let's keep that post-it pinned too. Okay. Dragon Age. Wait, what? Dragon. Man, it's tempting. It's tempting to just grab it now. But, nah. We'll wait. We could, is the thing, but nah. It would be better. It would be more responsible to wait. And we actually, hang on. I need, like, dark mode. Hello. Oh my goodness, that's so much better. Okay. Jeez. That'll work for that. Need to create a new folder. Let's do December 25. I don't really care whether it's JPEG or PNG because we can mess with it either way with the flow that we have. I think I actually already have a Bonanza thing. Let's double check. schedule. When did we play that? What was it? August or September? September, right? No, September was Sci-Fi September. It had to have been August. I'm excited to get back to that. I am. Okay, cool. I can actually edit that too, now that I have a better workflow for this. Alright. Days gone. Game. Perfect. That looks good. Save that image. Oof. Hey, VF, what are we doing? No. No way are we saving it as that. Disney Dreamlight Valley. Oh, we should have. There's no way we don't have that somewhere, right? We've been doing our schedule for a while. Maybe we don't, though. It's weird to think about. I guess it has been a while since we've put it in our rotation. We've been doing Donkey Kong for a while, too. And then there were multiple months where we just copied and pasted the same schedule. Or only changed like 2 or 3 games. Yeah. Huh. That's fine. I mean, it's just kind of surprising. Man, if I had this image without the text. Say no text and it gives me a bunch of images with text. Thank you. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Still the same thing. Okay. Whatever. You want to play, I can play. Bippity boppity boo. I'm excited to have Dreamlight Valley in my schedule, though. I am. I have not played it nearly enough. Yeah, let's do this. Okay. Divinity Original Sin. A brand new fresh playthrough. Maybe I'll actually finish it. I won't. But we might keep it as our Friday game for a little bit. Okay, there's no way I don't have Destiny 2 like as an image. There's no way. Yeah, see, I knew it. Cool. And Doki Doki Literature Club. Okay, all set with that. Now we can go ahead and minimize this note. And as layers. All of these. Now, theoretically, we should be good with 2 of these. Though we definitely need to do a better job of Wait, we are selecting the wrong layer. Hang on. Can we do scale layer? Man, I really want to do something else actually, but this is fine. Nope, that still is like that. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and cut. That'll work. All right, and then for Bonanza, let's do the same thing. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Let's go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, Dragon Age. Hang on, we actually do need that note. Blast. Okay, that's going to be Monday. Monday. Oh, wait a second. Destiny's gonna be on a different day, so it doesn't actually. Oof. So we actually do need this. Okay. That's fine. Just good to know. And I don't remember all the shortcuts. Shift S and Shift R. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Let's go. All right. I kind of want this even smaller, but should be fine. All right. Now let's go ahead and do Monday. Oh, that's right. Doggone it. Hmm. See. So fantastic. I don't know why these other two aren't cooperating, but we'll get to them when we get to them. Yep, that's pretty good. There we go. And this is Saturdays, I think, right? Yeah, Saturdays. All right. It should be fine. Gosh, I'm so glad that I did some of the things I did here. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. That's fine. The funny thing is, I knew that this would be the relatively easy part. I've done it like 15 times, literally. can delete this layer. We can delete the Dragon Age layer. Front day's gone now, which is what? That's Wednesday. It looks like such a gorgeous game, and I think there's a remastered version of it, so we'll probably play that. That is in my budget. A new Connect? Not quite yet. Look, I mean, especially with Adobe raising their prices yet again to like $70 a month. Man, I just can't justify it. And I mean, I'm familiar. Yeah, they just raised it from 50 to 70. Now, granted, that gets you all apps, but like that's still like a $20 increase. That's like a Game Pass level increase. And I mean, for what I use it for, I know how to do the things that I want to do with it. Maybe not the most optimized, of course, but right, yeah. Like I would prefer the single payment. Like just save a paycheck for it and just like, and then, you know, wait a few years before you upgrade or whatever. Yeah. What on earth? Why is this not moving again? Let's do that, I think. Yeah, that should do it. Perfect. That should be good. And let's move this a little bit over. Right. That should be good. Beautiful. I like that. Beautiful. Let's go. Greenlight Valley. Perfect. Thursday. Yes. That's so far down. Okay. Shift. Control Shift A. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and select this, all the empty space around that, and then select this. Make sure that it has an alpha channel. Awesome. And then erase everything in that selection. Shoot, I definitely did not complete that. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Thank goodness. All right. Okay. December. There's probably faster ways to do this, but wait a second. Hang on. That's the wrong one. Shoot. That's the one we need. Ah. Closed everything. I didn't want to do that. All right. Friday. Man, Forgotten City was such a good game. All right. Shift Control A. Shoot. And then Shift R. Oh, shoot. I'm so dumb. I gotta do this first. I gotta add that alpha channel first. Okay, there we go. Control Shift A. And then Shift S. There we go. Oh my gosh, that's so much better. I figured it out. And Shift R. Do not like how big that is. Hang on. Yeah, that's better, I think. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's go to Friday. Let's erase. Wait, nope. Let's select. Oh my gosh. I know I'm getting tired when I'm making stupid mistakes like that. Then let's select a new layer. guess. Control Shift A. Perfect. All right. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. All right. Divinity. Only problem with exporting it as ping is that it wants like additional info, but that's fine. Beautiful. There's got to be an easier way to do this. Maybe someday I'll look it up. And now we're on Sunday. Sunday. I think just her eyes, I think, will make really good like image for that. I do so much work for like this stupid little thing. Not that I mind, I enjoy it, but it's like a lot of effort for what essentially is this tiny little image that nobody really sees. Shift R. Ooh, do I make it bigger? I don't know. That might be fine. Well, it's good practice too, is the thing. Like, I mean, like, it keeps me kind of like, you know, doing this a little bit, which is good. Stretching muscles, you know, such as it were. And I think the final product looks good. I'm very pleased with the final product. It's just like, this is such a, like, I could literally have no image there, and I think it would be not that much of a drawback from how the final product looks. It's just like a little bit extra. But I mean, I live for the little bit extra, okay? The little bit extra is everything to me sometimes. So. And the number of refinements I've made to this process make it way less of a headache than it was. That's weird. It's fine. I'm okay with it, but I'm curious what's going on there. Okay, that should be all of the graphic work that we need. For that part, we still need to discover the song that we want to use. No, I don't think so. Maybe this. Really need to add the metadata to some of these songs. No. I should find one that starts with D, actually. That would be smart. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I definitely think that's it. Okay. When did that start? Like, I think like 1:43 or so? Okay. Cool. All right, we're gonna actually want to make Okay, so here, for example, was what we had last month. Like, I like the images in the background. I really do. Yeah, I mean, I do too. I should probably take a few courses or whatever. All mine are kind of scuffed. Or at least, like, learn the programs that I use. That would probably go a long way too. I'm gonna make a copy here because we don't want to overwrite this, and Canva loves to overwrite things. It just auto saves. I don't want to turn off the autosave because I appreciate it, but yeah, that's true. Like, I mean, like, man, like I read things like The Expanse or like I watch a show or whatever, and then like I see like things like Star Trek or whatever. And the idea of a UBI of like a basic like income that like covers your essentials so that you don't need to stress out about those would go a long way towards allowing me to like focus more on creative pursuits or learning new skills that I actually want to do to acquire like, you know, more prospective employment. That would be in my wheelhouse. Because like, man, the stress of like, just the stress of the essentials sometimes is a lot. There was a so I actually ran into off several months of not being as stressed, and though I didn't use that time nearly as wisely as I could have, uh not being stressed about like, like, hey, like I can eat out, like this Wednesday or whatever, and like not worry about it, or all my bills are totally taken care of. I don't even need to look at my bank account or like move money around between my credit cards or whatever. Like, I'm good, you know? Like, that was just, it was incredible the weight that that lifted off of things. And I'm more frequently kind of in a relatively like decent position lately where I don't have to stress as much, but like it still happens occasionally, especially if like something happens like, man, my car or whatever, like emergencies, all that jazz, I mean, or like the fact that we almost, as humans, we adapt very, very quickly. So like when we achieve a different like income level, generally we tend to use it. Like, and it's like, oof, like yeah, like I mean, like there's like all kinds of expenses that crop up that are emergencies, but then there's also like the fact that like, hey, I'm making more, so therefore I feel like I deserve to live a little bit better. And I mean, like that's not even necessarily wrong in and of itself. Like inherently, that's not a wrong feeling, but there's obviously always like lines to walk. And I feel like you, especially if you've not had money before, like that's a more difficult line to walk because it's like, man, I've been poor for so long or whatever. Like I was like eating like, like out of trash cans at one point, like when I was living in Chicago. Like, I mean, like, I'm not proud of that, but I mean, like, it was where I was, and I'm like, yeah, oof. Some of these, I did not do a good job of erasing things. It'll probably still work, but oof. So, like, when I get to a point where I'm making more, it's like, yeah, I want to eat out all the time. Or like when work was paying for my lunches, man. That was a very bad thing to happen for me, okay? And giving me tons of overtime too, like, oof. Like adjusting from that back down was definitely a lot of sacrificing. A lot of adjustment. But yeah. It's definitely a balance. And we did not do a good job of erasing stuff, but it should be fine. That's the one I'm worried about, but we'll see. It does make us like more appreciative, but then also I think that like you also have a tendency to feel somewhat entitled to like not scraping by once you reach that point. Like you immediately adapt to like, okay, now I'm making like an additional like, you know, 20% or whatever. Let's go ahead and play this song. Hang on. That we're going to be using for this. Just to get a feel for it. What on earth are we at? Hang on. It's kind of like a feeling of like, haven't I struggled enough? You know, which is a valid feeling to have. But it makes patience a very difficult thing too. Ignore my weird images of like Donald Trump or whatever. We can actually probably erase this. I did a stupid little meme thing. I think my memes are funny. Nobody else does, but I. Okay, Dragon Age is Monday. Oof. That does not want to go in. Probably at some point, like refresh these and make sure that they're like actually where they're supposed to be. I do feel like they're a little bit off kilter. It's pretty good though. Question is, do we increase the transparency? Probably some. Probably that. Okay. And then Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is down here. The other side of humans being adaptable creatures, though, is that also in the times of great struggles, we are far more resilient than we ever could have dreamed we are, generally speaking. Especially when we come together. Nope. Hang on. Did not mean to do that. I don't think we really focus on that side enough either. Granted, it's hard to. Okay, and then Streamlight Valley we were going to do on Thursday, I think, right? Yeah. I feel like I might have used this song before, but it's been long enough that it's probably fine. Friday, Divinity Original Sin. I feel like Monday's the one that's really out of whack. I feel like everything else is not bad. Not great, but I'm so glad I've refined this process because this would take so much longer if I didn't know what I was doing. Like I would have to like set each individual picture to like have like a transition and everything, and it would be a whole thing. And I kind of like that as is. Like that, I think. I think that's pretty good. Like self-taught, kind of like just as like a hobbyist, kind of. Like I was the media director of like a music venue that was basically like under the auspices of a church. So I kind of did a lot of stuff there for like about 10 years, give or take. Maybe like, I guess maybe closer to like 8. But I really enjoyed it. But it was one of those things where it was like a side hustle that wasn't paying my bills at all because it was a nonprofit. So when my actual job started like wanting me to be promoted or whatever and like all that stuff, I was like, okay, well, pick up no more hours, etc. Yeah, I mean, I was in charge of like sound engineering there and everything, and then like graphic design, sales of like like the products, like recordings and such. Help set up for like big events and everything. Yeah, I mean, it was volunteer work, so of course they're gonna like make me do as much as I can. Not that I ever like complained about that. Like I was glad for the opportunity. And really, when it came down to it, the cool part of it was that I also got keys to the building because I was like doing like 20 hours a week at least there. sometimes like 30 to 40. Um, for pretty much nothing. But they had a full studio, a full music studio. So I got to use that like whenever I wanted, which was awesome. And I definitely did not take enough advantage of that. And I feel like having like unlimited access to a really nice equipment was definitely more than worth like the amount of work I did, even though I didn't necessarily utilize it the best. But it's also one of those things where, hey, you don't really know what you got until it's gone. There we go. But I've always also really, really liked like graphically designing anything, like interior decorating too. Like Happy Home Paradise or whatever for Animal Crossing. Come on, like let's go, you know? I mean, like but even before that, like in terms of like if I had a friend moving or whatever, like I'd help them like decorate like the way that they wanted their room to look and all that. Posters and stuff like that, like just for fun or whatever. I feel like I've got a pretty decent eye for spacing and like what's like what works, what draws attention, you know? So I have a number of flaws too, like an addiction to like certain things like this font, but it's cool. It's still fun. Which I did pay for the commercial license for. Just so that I could use it more often. And I almost want to put a space there, but it throws off the kerning of everything else. I could put a little space and change like the size of that space, but that's just a lot of extra work. And for this month, it won't matter because the red and the green actually contrast well. I almost want to switch the red and green. I don't want to make it a lighter green because, like, that's a very Christmas green right there. Like evergreen or whatever. Like, I kind of wanted to pop a little bit more, but I'm not willing to sacrifice that shade for the pop. And when it comes in, it'll be by itself, and yeah. Doesn't really matter. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oof. Can we put that on a separate line maybe and make it work? Yeah, cool. Yeah, it kind of is the same as my amateurish music. Musicianship. There we go. No, like, real thorough professional training. Just a little bit. I enjoy it. I should practice piano more often now. No Man's Sky no more. You know, I didn't like the name originally of Bonanza, but it's grown on me. I like it more now. Days gone. Man, I don't think I guess we played a little bit of Helldivers, but like, geez, we had the same schedule for like 3 months. And granted, I barely streamed at all during that 3 months, but there were some games that we only streamed like, I think 1 time, maybe, or maybe 2. Man, I really want to get back to the altars. We might go back to that for January. That's a lot of fun. Do I like that, or do I want it at the end? Like, normally I put it at the end, but that cheese, like... Annoying. I guess I don't hate that. No, I like that. That's fine. It almost looks like Disney-ish, Disney-esque. Like the G's intentionally like linked to the L's or whatever. And I'm excited to play Divinity on stream. Maybe I'll actually make more progress than I do off stream. But what a great co-op game. It's almost a waste to be playing it solo. Like, I'll still have a good time, of course, but hopefully for 2026 we do more collabs. That'd be cool. I don't think I even try to fit Original Sin there. I think I leave it at Divinity. We got 2 new DLCs for Destiny that we need to catch up on. Although I hear Edge of Fate isn't all that great, but we might just leave it at Destiny. And go back to 1 for at least one of the weeks. Yeah, I think we just leave it at Destiny, because that also gives us the freedom to do more Rising if we can get it to work right. No idea what's coming for this. Like, literally, all I know is that it's starts off cute and that it's a horror game. That's literally all I know about it. Make this a little darker by lowering the transparency, and probably the same for this a little bit. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Let's pause this because we need to put in our new song. So what? It was a 17, I think. Yeah. No, we have not used him. Nope, we literally did like 2 months ago. Oof. It's fine. We're using a different part of it. It's fine. Yep, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Okay. So let's go ahead and delete this track. Let's go ahead and fade this at the end. Probably at like, what, 3 seconds? Beat sync. That's too fast. We'll need to change that. Eh. Maybe 5 seconds for the fade. 3 seemed a little bit rough. Maybe 4. And let's see what we're dealing with in terms of fade here. I guess we can't really affect that too much unless we choose something like typewriter. We've been using burst this long. We might as well just keep it. It makes it a little stilted, but it's fine. I'm not mad at it. Love the letter drop there. Kind of thinking maybe put Valley underneath Dreamlight there. Dreamlight just doesn't seem like enough. Yep, that's better. We'll see how it plays, but not too distracting. That's fine. Good with that. Awesome. Let's go ahead and download that. wait for that. And we need to do the vertical one as well for shorts. To make a copy of this. Resize as a mobile video. I always forget what exactly I did with mobile ones. Let's see. Always messing around with them. Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that. All right. Oof, that's going to be a tough one. We're probably just going to have to settle for that. Kind of okay with that, though. I guess we could move everything over and recenter. Yeah, let's do that. There should not be that many spaces there. Oh well. And I could almost fit Valley on that same line. Might be worth it to like downsize all the fonts just a smidgen just to make it fit. No, that works. That works. We're good. We're good. Kind of. That's barely, but yeah. That's fine. I'm good with that. We need one green. And one red, I guess. Hey, hi Mel. I hope that you're well. Oh my gosh. So good to see you. Do I not have an automatic shout out? That's crazy. I'll need to fix that at some point. I'll add that to my notes. Okay, so here's the rub. Here's the most difficult part of this entire thing. Is that we actually have to make all the individual pieces last the same amount. which is right up to the end of that. Okay. My gosh, okay. Let's do like right there, I think. Oof. All right. Let's see if we can actually see these. Hang on. Yeah, we can definitely make this a little bit easier on ourselves here. Go. Okay. Making progress, making progress. I feel like we're not gonna like how that plays out, but yeah, I don't like that. Ugh. Okay. To be a better way to look at this. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. All I had to do was click that? Really? That's fine. Kind of really funny, actually. Yeah, I like that a lot. Perfect. All right. Only took me all night. Granted, like the first 4 hours were like procrastinating, but still. And I still need to figure out what to do with all this stuff. We'll see. I think I do want it to reflect accurately which games I own on which platforms, so I need to figure out the best way that I want to do that. I'll probably add an additional field. That's probably what I'll do. switch accounts for this. Well, hi. How are you? If you don't follow Chloe, you absolutely should. She was just playing Sea of Thieves yesterday. Fantastic streamer. Okay, all right. I do believe that that is what we call in the business a wrap. I guess we could watch it real quick just to make sure that the upload went okay. Because I'm a paranoid person. Let's go ahead and check this out. I think we need to change the audio source here. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Cool. So that is our schedule for the next month. Super, super exciting. We're gonna raid a friend of ours playing Power World, which is admittedly a pretty fun game. Still a little bit more towards the arc, but it's tough. Lost a Parasaur to T-Rex yesterday. Oof. Was not good. But yeah, hopefully tech problems relatively solved. I'm gonna mess around with it a little bit more and see. We will not be using the Connect this month, but that's okay. We've got a pretty killer schedule, even without it. And then we will be, at some point, doing our VR Community Challenge. I'd like to say at the end of this month, but we'll see. Or starting off January. We also need to do a 24-hour stream, but I don't know when right now. But, as always, safe travels.